Hey guys, tonight we'll slip quietly into the raucous, rowdy, and sometimes surprisingly refined world of medieval drinking culture. No need to worry about hangovers or waking up in a hayloft with a goat for company. Just a gentle, meandering journey through the sights, sounds, and curious customs of getting wested in the Middle Ages, with a few winks and a touch of dry humor along the way. Let's begin at dusk, as the last golden light slips behind the rooftops of a bustling medieval town. The streets are alive with the clatter of hooves, the laughter of children, and the distant toll of a church bell. But the real action is just beginning inside the local tavern. A low, timbered building with a crooked sign swinging above the door, promising good ale, warm fire, and stories for a penny. So the stories, as you'll soon discover, are often worth every penny, and sometimes a bit more. A step inside, and you're greeted by a wave of warmth and noise. The air is thick with the mingled aromas of roasting meat, fresh bread, and the ever-present tang of spilled ale. The floor is strewn with rushes, and the walls are hung with faded tapestries and the occasional, slightly ominous set of antlers. The fire crackles in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the patrons. Farmers, merchants, traveling minstrels, and the odd knight who's either off duty or very lost. At the heart of it all is the alewife, a formidable woman with arms like tree trunks and a laugh that can silence a room. She moves through the crowd with practiced ease, sloshing mugs of ale and mead onto tables, offering a wink here and a gentle scold there. Her secret, a recipe for all that's been passed down for generations, and a talent for knowing exactly when to cut someone off, usually just after they start singing about the virtues of sheep. The drinks themselves are a marvel of medieval ingenuity. Ale is the staple, cloudy, hearty, and just strong enough to make you forget about the draught coming in under the door. Mead, made from honey, is sweet and deceptively potent, while cider offers a tart alternative for those who prefer their drinks with a bit of a bite. Wine is available, but unless you're in a wealthy household or a monastery, it's likely to be imported, expensive, and possibly flavored with whatever herbs the innkeeper had on hand. If you've ever tried a mystery punch at a college party, you'll have some idea of the risks involved. Drinking in medieval times is rarely a solitary affair. The tavern is the social heart of the community, a place to share news, strike deals, and, inevitably, test the limits of your liver. The evening begins with quiet conversation, but as the mugs are emptied and refilled, the volume rises. Stories grow taller, jokes grow bawdier, and the line between fact and fiction becomes delightfully blurred. A merchant boasts of a fish this big. A farmer claims his cow can outdrink any man in the room, and a minstrel offers a song in exchange for a pence. Though, depending on the quality of the song, you may wish you'd kept your coin. Games are a staple of the medieval drinking experience. Dice clatter on the tables, cards are dealt with a flourish, and the occasional arm wrestling match breaks out, cheered on by a crowd that's more interested in the spectacle than the outcome. For those with a taste for the dramatic, there's always the option of a friendly wager. Who can drink the most, who can recite the longest ballad without stumbling, or who can balance a mug on their head while dancing a jig? Spoiler, the answer is almost never the person who suggested the game. Of course, not everyone in the tavern is there for the revelry. In one corner, a pair of monks nurse mugs of weak ale, discussing theology in hushed tones and occasionally casting disapproving glances at the more enthusiastic patrons. At another table, a group of women share gossip and laughter, their eyes bright and their cheeks flushed with more than just the heat of the fire. The tavern is a place where all walks of life mingle, rich and poor, young and old, sober and, well, less so. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. The local drunkard, a fixture in every town, is both a cautionary tale and a source of endless entertainment. The alawife's cat, fat and content, weaves between the tables, accepting scraps and the occasional affectionate pat. And then there's the mysterious house brew, a concoction so potent that it's served in tiny cups and accompanied by a warning. Legend has it that one sip will grant you the courage to propose marriage, challenge the blacksmith to a duel, or in extreme cases, attempt both in the same evening. As the night deepens, the tavern grows louder, the laughter more raucous, and the stories ever more improbable. The fire burns low, the mugs are drained, and the line between friend and stranger blurs in the warm, golden glow. It's a world where worries are left at the door, where the troubles of the day are washed away in a tide of ale and song, and where, for a few precious hours, everyone belongs. And so, as the moon rises over the rooftops and the last notes of a ballad drift into the night, we find ourselves in a place where getting wasted is not just a pastime, but a celebration, a ritual as old as the stones beneath our feet, and as comforting as the first sip of ale on a cold evening. As the evening deepens, the tavern's energy shifts from the gentle hum of early arrivals to the full, boisterous chorus of a medieval night out. The fire in the hearth burns brighter, casting a golden glow over the faces of the crowd. Shadows flicker on the walls, and the air is thick with the mingled scents of roasting meat, spilled ale, and the faint, earthy tang of damp wool cloaks drying by the fire. Somewhere, a lute is being tuned, though whether it will be played skillfully or with the enthusiasm of someone who's had one too many is anyone's guess. The drinking vessels themselves are a study in medieval practicality. Most folks drink from sturdy wooden mugs or simple pottery cups, though the wealthier patrons might have a pewter tankard or even a glass goblet. If they're feeling particularly showy, the mugs are rarely washed with anything more than a quick rinse, which means every drink comes with a little extra character. If you've ever sipped from a questionable coffee mug at the office, you'll know the feeling. As the ale flows, so too does the conversation. Medieval taverns are the original social networks, places where news travels faster than a town crier on market day. Here, you might hear the latest gossip about the Lord's new hunting dog, rumors of a distant war, or the scandalous tale of the miller's apprentice and the baker's daughter. Information is traded as freely as drinks, and a clever listener can learn as much in an evening at the tavern as in a week at the market. Of course, not all the talk is strictly above board. Deals are struck in shadowy corners, coins change hands under the table, and the occasional game of dice grows suspiciously lucky for one player. The alewife keeps a sharp eye on the proceedings, her intuition honed by years of experience. She knows when to break up a brewing argument with a well-timed joke, and when to let a harmless squabble play itself out. After all, a little drama is good for business, so long as it doesn't end with someone swinging from the rafters. Music is a constant companion in the medieval tavern. Minstrels and wandering bards are always welcome, their songs ranging from bawdy ballads to haunting laments. The crowd joins in, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in enthusiastic disarray. The lyrics are often improvised, with local events and familiar faces making their way into the verses. If you've ever been the subject of a spontaneous birthday song, you'll know the mix of embarrassment and delight that comes with being immortalized in rhyme. Dancing, too, is a staple of the night. The tables are pushed aside, and the bravest, or perhaps the most inebriated, take to the floor. The steps are simple, the rhythm infectious, and the laughter genuine. Shoes are optional, dignity even more so. It's a chance for everyone to let loose, to forget the day's worries, and to enjoy the simple pleasure of moving to music in good company. But what about the consequences of all this merriment? Medieval hangovers are the stuff of legend, and the remedies are as varied as the drinks themselves. Some swear by a hearty breakfast of onions and stale bread, others by a brisk walk in the morning air. The truly desperate might seek out the local wise woman for a potion. Usually a mix of herbs, honey, and a healthy dose of wishful thinking. Modern science has yet to confirm the effectiveness of hair of the dog, but it remains a popular option then and now. There are, of course, limits to the revelry. Medieval society is full of rules, some written, many unwritten, about how much is too much. Drunkenness is tolerated, even expected, on feast days and special occasions. But there's a fine line between being the life of the party and becoming the cautionary tale. The local priest might drop by to remind everyone of the virtues of moderation, though he's just as likely to accept a mug of oil and join in the singing. After all, even saints need a night off. Odd facts abound in the world of medieval drinking. Did you know that oil was often safer to drink than water, thanks to the boiling involved in brewing? Or that some towns had official ale-tasters, whose job was to ensure the quality of the brew, and, presumably, to enjoy a few free samples along the way. There were even laws regulating the strength and price of ale, though enforcement was, shall we say, flexible. If you've ever tried to water down a drink at a party, you'll know it's a risky business. As the night wears on, the tavern begins to empty. Some patrons stagger home arm in arm, singing snatches of song to the moon. Others find a quiet corner to doze, their heads resting on the table. Dreams filled with the promise of another night just like this one. The alewife and her helpers tidy up, sweeping the rushes, banking the fire, and sharing a final, wary laugh. The cat curls up by the hearth, content in the knowledge that, come morning, there will be crumbs to scavenge and stories to overhear. And so, as the embers glow and the last echoes of laughter fade into the night, the medieval tavern returns to its quiet self, a place of memories, mischief, and the enduring comfort of good company and a well-poured mug. As the night deepens and the moon climbs higher, the medieval town outside the tavern grows quiet, but inside, the last embers of revelry still glow. The fire in the hearth has burned down to a gentle bed of coals, casting a soft, golden light over the remaining patrons. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke, spilled all, and the faint sweetness of apples roasting in the ashes, a favorite. Late, night treat for those who've managed to keep their wits and they're appetited about them. A few diehards linger at the tables, mugs in hand, voices low and laughter softer now. There's a sense of camaraderie among the last to leave, a shared understanding that the best stories are often told after midnight, when the world outside is hushed and the only witnesses are the cat and the moon. Someone starts a quiet song, a lullaby from childhood or a ballad of lost love, and for a moment, the tavern feels less like a place of wild celebration and more like a sanctuary, a place where troubles can be set aside, if only for a little while. The alewife, ever watchful, makes her final rounds. She checks on the regulars, tucks a blanket around a snoring farmer, and gently nudges a pair of friends who've fallen asleep mid-conversation. Her work is never truly done, but she takes a moment to sit by the fire, feet up, savoring the peace that follows a busy night. She knows that tomorrow will bring new faces, new stories, and inevitably new spills to mop up. But for now, she allows herself a rare moment of rest, listening to the soft crackle of the fire and the distant hoot of an owl outside. Outside the tavern, the streets are empty save for the occasional figure making their way home, footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. Some walk arm in arm, singing softly to the night, while others move with the careful determination of someone trying not to wake the neighbors or the local constable. The town itself seems to breathe, the old stones holding the warmth of the day and the secrets of 1,000 nights just like this one. Not all medieval drinking took place in taverns, of course. In villages and manor houses, families and friends gathered around their own hearths, sharing homemade ale and cider, telling stories, and celebrating the small victories of daily life. Feasts and festivals brought entire communities together with music, dancing, and enough food and drink to make even the most stoic monk loosen his belt. The line between celebration and excess was a fine one, but in a world where life could be hard and uncertain, a little indulgence was not just tolerated, it was cherished. There are oddities and lesser-known tales, too. In some regions, it was customary to toast the health of each guest in turn, leading to a marathon of well wishes and, inevitably, a few slurred speeches. Drinking horns and elaborate cups were passed from hand to hand, each with its own story and, sometimes, its own set of rules. If you've ever played a drinking game with rules that change halfway through, you'll feel right at home. In the great halls of the nobility, the wine flowed freely, but so did the expectations of decorum, at least until the lord of the manor decided it was time for a round of who can sing the loudest. But for all its excesses, medieval drinking culture was about more than just getting wasted. It was about connection, about sharing joy and sorrow, forging bonds, and finding comfort in the company of others. The tavern was a place where the barriers of class and status could blur, if only for a night, and where even the humblest laborer could raise a mug and join the chorus. It was a world where laughter was as important as ale, and where the stories told over a shared drink could linger long after the hangover had faded. As the first light of dawn creeps over the rooftops, the tavern finally empties. The last patrons stumble home, the alewife bolts the door, and the cat claims the warmest spot by the hearth. The town is quiet once more, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of a nightingale. Inside, the echoes of laughter and music linger in the air, a reminder that, for all its strangeness and excess, the medieval night was a time of community, celebration, and the simple, enduring pleasure of raising a glass with friends. And so, the story of getting wasted in medieval times comes to a gentle close, not with a bang, but with a soft sigh, a shared smile, and the promise that, come evening, the tavern doors will open once again, ready to welcome all who seek warmth, laughter, and a well-earned mug of ale. Moving on to the secret life of a Roman Vestal virgin, let's begin at dawn, as the first golden light spills over the rooftops of Rome and the city stirs to life. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the scent of laurel, olive oil, and the faint tang of wood smoke from 1,000 hearths. In the distance, the Tiber glimmers, and the streets are alive with the soft clatter of sandals, and the low murmur of early risers. But here, within the walls of the House of the Vestals, the world is quieter, more serene. A sanctuary in the heart of the bustling city. Our guide for the day is Livia, a young Vestal virgin just a few years into her 30-year service. She rises before the sun. Her room simple but comfortable, a low bed, a chest for her white robes, and a small altar with a flickering lamp. The marble floor is cool beneath her feet as she slips into her tunic, the fabric soft and faintly scented with lavender. She moves quietly, careful not to disturb her sisters who are still lost in dreams, perhaps of home or of the world beyond the sacred walls. The House of the Vestals is a world unto itself. Set just behind the Temple of Vesta in the Roman Forum, it is a place of gardens, shaded porticos, and gentle fountains. The air is filled with the soft cooing of doves and the distant hum of the city. Livia steps into the courtyard, where the sacred flame burns in its round temple, tended day and night by the Vestals. The flame is more than just a fire. It is the beating heart of Rome, a symbol of the city's eternal life. If you've ever been trusted with keeping a candle lit during a power outage, you'll have a sense of the pressure. Though in Livia's case, the consequences of failure are a bit more dramatic than a scolding from your parents. Breakfast is a quiet affair. The Vestals gather in a sunlit room, sharing bread, fruit, and a cup of watered wine. Conversation is gentle, full of small jokes and whispered news from the outside world. One of the older Vestals, with a twinkle in her eye, tells a story about a senator who tried to bribe her with a basket of figs. As if I'd risk my vows for fruit. She laughs, though to be fair, they were very good figs. Livia smiles, grateful for the camaraderie and the sense of belonging that comes from sharing a life so different from the world outside. The day's duties begin with a visit to the Temple of Vesta. The air inside is cool and fragrant with incense, the marble floor worn smooth by centuries of careful footsteps. The sacred flame burns in the center, its light dancing on the faces of the Vestals as they tend it with practiced care. Livia adds a handful of fresh laurel branches, watching as the flames leap and crackle. The ritual is both simple and profound, a daily act of devotion that connects her to generations of women who have come before. There are other tasks, too. The Vestals are responsible for preparing offerings, keeping the temple spotless, and assisting in public ceremonies. They are trusted with wills and important documents, their word considered beyond reproach. Livia spends part of her morning copying a legal decree onto a wax tablet, her handwriting neat and precise. If you've ever been asked to take minutes at a meeting and found yourself daydreaming about anything else, you'll understand the challenge. Though Livia's mind wanders not to lunch, but to the festival preparations she's heard whispered about in the kitchens. The House of the Vestals is a place of learning as well as ritual. Livia studies Latin and Greek, reads poetry and philosophy, and learns the intricacies of Roman law. The older Vestals teach the younger ones, sharing wisdom and the occasional cautionary tale. Never trust a senator with a secret. One advises, or never, ever let the sacred flame go out. The lessons are gentle but firm, and Livia finds comfort in the rhythms of study and service. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. The gardens are filled with rare flowers and ancient statues, some so worn by time that their features are little more than a suggestion. A tortoise, older than any of the Vestals, makes its slow rounds of the courtyard, pausing now and then to accept a treat from a passing hand. The kitchens are alive with the scent of baking bread, and the laughter of servants who share the latest gossip from the city. News of gladiator games, political intrigue, and the ever-popular debate over whether the emperor's new hairstyle is a triumph or a tragedy. As midday approaches, the Vestals gather for a simple meal in the shade of the portico. The air is warm, filled with the scent of roses and the distant sound of a lyre. Livia sits with her sisters, savoring a piece of honey cake and listening to the gentle murmur of conversation. The world outside may be full of noise and uncertainty, but here, within the sacred walls, there is peace, a sense of purpose, belonging, and the quiet satisfaction of a life lived in service to something greater than oneself. And so, as the sun climbs higher and the shadows grow short, we find ourselves in a world where every day is shaped by ritual, every moment is touched by history, and the secret life of a Roman Vestal virgin unfolds in gentle, timeless rhythms. As the midday sun pours golden light into the courtyard, the house of the Vestals settles into a gentle rhythm. The city of Rome hums beyond the walls, but here, time seems to slow, each moment marked by the soft rustle of linen robes and the distant splash of water in the garden fountain. Livia, our young Vestal, takes a moment to enjoy the shade beneath a laurel tree, the leaves whispering above her as a warm breeze stirs the air. The scent of roses and fresh bread drifts from the kitchens, mingling with the faint perfume of olive oil and beeswax. After lunch, the Vestals return to their duties. Today, Livia is tasked with preparing offerings for the temple. Small cakes shaped like crescent moons, bowls of salt, and garlands of fresh flowers. She works alongside her sisters, their hands moving in practiced harmony as they arrange the gifts on silver trays. There's a quiet pride in the work, a sense that even the smallest gesture is part of something sacred. One of the older Vestals, with a sly smile, reminds Livia to keep the cakes away from the tortoise, who has developed a taste for ritual pastries and is not above a stealthy nibble when no one is looking. The afternoon brings visitors to the house of the Vestals. A senator arrives, his toga pristine and his expression carefully respectful. He bows low, presenting a sealed document for safekeeping. The Vestals are trusted with the city's most important secrets: wills, treaties, and the occasional love letter disguised as official business. Livia accepts the scroll with a nod, her face serene, though she can't help but wonder what stories are hidden behind the wax seal. If you've ever been the keeper of a friend's secret, you'll know the mix of responsibility and curiosity that comes with the role. Not all visitors are so formed. A group of children from a nearby school arrives for a lesson in Roman religion. Their eyes wide as they take in the marble statues and the ever-burning flame. Livia and her sisters lead them through the temple, explaining the rituals and answering questions, some thoughtful, some delightfully unexpected. Do the gods ever get bored? One boy asks, peering up at the statue of Vesta. Livia smiles and replies, perhaps. But that's why we keep the stories and the songs alive. The children leave with small clay lamps as souvenirs, their laughter echoing in the courtyard long after they've gone. The Vestals' lives are full of ritual, but there is room for quiet moments of joy. In the late afternoon, Livia joins her sisters in the garden for a game of knucklebones, the ancient Roman version of jacks. The game is simple, but the competition is fierce, especially when the high priestess joins in, her laughter ringing out as she claims victory with a particularly skillful toss. The garden is a haven, filled with the soft buzz of bees and the gentle cooing of doves. It's a place where the Vestals can relax, share stories, and, for a little while, forget the weight of their vows. There are odd facts and lesser-known stories woven into the fabric of Vestal life. The Vestals are the only women in Rome with the legal power to free condemned prisoners simply by touching them. Their word is law in matters of ritual, and even the emperor must show them respect. Yet, for all their privileges, the rules are strict. The penalty for breaking their vow of chastity is severe: burial alive, a fate so grim that even the most hardened senators speak of it in hushed tones. Still, the Vestals are not defined by fear, but by the quiet strength that comes from living with purpose and dignity. As the sun begins to set, the Vestals prepare for the evening rituals. The temple is swept, the offerings arranged, and the sacred flame tended with fresh wood and laurel. Livia stands before the fire, her face bathed in its golden light, and recites a prayer for the city's safety. The words are ancient, passed down through generations, their meaning deepened by repetition and memory. The flame flickers, steady and bright, a symbol of Rome's endurance and the Vestal's devotion. After the rituals, the Vestals gather for supper, a simple meal of lentils, bread, and fruit, shared in the cool of the portico. The conversation is gentle, full of small jokes and quiet reflections on the day. One of the younger girls asks Livia if she ever misses her old life. Livia thinks for a moment, then smiles. "Sometimes," she says, "but here, every day is a story, and I get to help write it." As night falls, the house of the Vestals glows with the soft light of oil lamps. The city beyond is alive with music, laughter, and the distant roar of the Colosseum. But within these walls, there is peace, a sense of belonging, of history, and of the quiet magic that comes from tending the eternal flame. And so, as the stars appear above Rome and the last prayers are whispered in the temple, the secret life of a Vestal virgin continues, woven from ritual, memory, and the gentle strength of women who keep the city's heart alight. As night deepens over Rome, the house of the Vestals settles into a gentle hush. The marble corridors are bathed in the soft glow of oil lamps, their golden light flickering on the walls and casting long, serene shadows across the mosaic floors. The city, beyond the sacred walls, is alive with distant music, the clatter of chariot wheels, and the laughter of late-night revelers. But here, in this quiet sanctuary, time seems to slow, each moment wrapped in a sense of calm and purpose. Livia, our young Vestal, prepares for the final rituals of the day. She moves quietly through the temple, her footsteps muffled by the cool stone. The sacred flame still burns, steady and bright, its light reflecting in her eyes as she adds a last handful of laurel and murmurs a prayer for the city's peace. The air is fragrant with incense and the faint sweetness of night, blooming flowers from the garden. There's a sense of comfort in the repetition, a feeling that, no matter what happens beyond these walls, the flame will endure, so long as the Vestals keep their watch. After the rituals, the Vestals gather in the atrium for a few final moments together before bed. The conversation is soft, full of gentle laughter and the sharing of small joys. A new flower blooming in the garden, a particularly clever line of poetry, or the tortoise's latest attempt to escape the courtyard. One of the older Vestals tells a story about a time, years ago, when the sacred flame nearly went out during a thunderstorm. "We all held our breath," she says, "but the flame danced back to life, as if the gods themselves had given it a little nudge." The younger girls listen wide-eyed, reassured by the knowledge that even the most sacred duties come with moments of uncertainty, and that, sometimes, a little luck is as important as devotion. The Vestal's lives are shaped by both privilege and responsibility. They are honored guests at public festivals, their presence considered a blessing for any ceremony. They ride in special carriages, have seats of honor at the games, and are greeted with respect by senators and emperors alike. Yet, for all their status, their world is also one of boundaries, of vows, rituals, and the ever-present awareness that their actions reflect not just on themselves, but on the city they serve. It's a delicate balance, one that requires both strength and humility. There are oddities and small freedoms, too. The Vestals are among the few women in Rome who can own property, make wills, and free slaves. They are trusted with secrets, called upon to mediate disputes, and sometimes even asked to intervene in matters of state. Livia once witnessed a senate, red-faced and flustered, beg the high priestess to bless a new law, just in case the gods were feeling indecisive that day. The Vestals, for their part, have learned to wield their influence with quiet grace, preferring a well-timed word or a gentle smile to open confrontation. As the night grows late, Livia returns to her small room. She sits by the window, looking out over the moonlit rooftops of Rome. The city is a patchwork of shadows and silver light, the Tiber winding through it like a ribbon. Somewhere a dog barks, and the distant sound of a flute drifts on the breeze. Livia writes a few lines in her journal, recording the day's events and her hopes for tomorrow. She sketches a quick drawing of the sacred flame, its light steady and true, and adds a note to remember to thank the kitchen maid for the extra honey in her bread. Before sleep, Livia offers a final prayer, not just for Rome, but for her family, her sisters, and for all those who keep watch in the night. She lies down, the linen cool against her skin, and lets her thoughts drift. She thinks of the stories she's heard, the rituals she's learned, and the quiet pride she feels in being part of something so ancient and enduring. The house of the Vestals is quiet now, the only sound the gentle crackle of the sacred flame and the soft breathing of those who guard it. The city outside may be restless, but within these walls there is peace, a peace built on centuries of devotion, memory, and the gentle strength of women who have kept Rome's heart alight through storm and sunshine alike. And so, the secret life of a Roman Vestal virgin comes to a gentle close, not with grand pronouncements or dramatic endings, but with the quiet satisfaction of a day well lived, a flame well tended, and the comforting certainty that, in the end, every small act of care matters. Moving on to the strange history of medieval superstitions, let's begin at dusk. As the last golden light slips behind the crooked rooftops of a medieval village, the air is cool and earthy, tinged with the scent of wood smoke, damp moss, and the faint sweetness of apples stored for winter. In the distance, a church bell tolls, and the streets are alive with the soft clatter of wooden clogs and the low murmur of neighbors sharing the day's news. But beneath the surface of this ordinary evening, there's a quiet undercurrent of caution, a sense that the world is full of mysteries and that a little extra care never hurts. Our guide for the night is Marjorie, a weaver's wife with a sharp eye for trouble and a collection of charms tucked safely in her apron. She steps out of her cottage, pausing to spit 3 times over her left shoulder, a tried and true method for warding off evil, or at least for confusing any passing chickens. Marjorie's home is a patchwork of protective symbols, a sprig of rowan above the door, a horseshoe nailed upside down to catch luck, and a broom propped bristles up in the corner to keep witches at bay. If you've ever knocked on wood or avoided walking under a ladder, You're already halfway to medieval superstition yourself. Inside, the cottage is warm and dim, the fire crackling in the hearth, and the air thick with the scent of herbs drying from the rafters. Marjorie's husband, Thomas, is mending a fishing net, pausing now and then to mutter a blessing over the knots. Their daughter, Alice, is carefully braiding a red ribbon into her hair, a charm against the evil eye, and, as she insists, a guarantee of extra compliments at the next village dance. The family's cat, black as midnight and twice as mysterious, curls up by the fire, blissfully unaware of her reputation as both a bringer of luck and a potential minion of the devil, depending on who you ask. As the evening meal is prepared, Marjorie sprinkles a pinch of salt over her left shoulder, just in case. Salt, in the medieval mind, is a powerful protector, able to purify, preserve, and, if necessary, blind any lurking demons. Bread is broken with a whispered prayer, and the first slice is set aside for the household spirit, a small gesture to keep the peace with whatever might be sharing the cottage. If you've ever left cookies out for Santa, you'll recognize the logic. Better safe than sorry, and besides, who doesn't like a midnight snack? The conversation at supper drifts from the mundane to the magical. Thomas recounts the tale of a neighbor who saw a willow, the wisp in the marsh, a sure sign, he claims, that treasure is buried nearby, or possibly that someone's about to catch a cold. Marjorie rolls her eyes, but not before making the sign of the cross, just in case. Alice shares a story from the market, a peddler selling charms against toothache, each one guaranteed to work. Unless you're a particularly stubborn case, in which case, try two. The family laughs, but Marjorie tucks the idea away for future reference. After all, you never know when a little extra luck might come in handy. As the night deepens, the village settles into a gentle hush. Doors are bolted, shutters closed, and candles snuffed with a whispered blessing. Outside, the world is full of unseen dangers, restless spirits, wandering wolves, and the ever-present threat of a fairy mischief. But inside, the cottage is a haven, protected by charms, prayers, and the quiet strength of tradition. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. In the fields, farmers hang scraps of cloth on hawthorn trees to cure illness, each fluttering ribbon a silent plea to the spirits of the land. In the churchyard, villagers avoid stepping on graves, lest they anger the souls beneath. At the well, women drop pins into the water to ensure good fortune, and at the crossroads, travelers leave offerings for the spirits who guard the way. The world is alive with meaning, every object and action a potential sign or safeguard. Superstitions are not just about fear, they're also about hope, humor, and the human desire to find patterns in a chaotic world. Marjorie's neighbor, Old John, swears by his lucky hat, a battered relic that's seen more seasons than the village priest. Never lost a sheep while wearing it. He claims, though the sheep might have a different opinion. The local midwife carries a pouch of dried herbs and a silver coin, convinced that both are necessary for a safe delivery. And the village children, ever inventive, invent new charms and rituals with every game. Their laughter a reminder that magic is as much about play as it is about protection. As the fire burns low and the last embers glow in the hearth, Marjorie tucks her family into bed, murmuring a final blessing over each one. The cat stretches, the wind rattles the shutters, and the world outside is full of mysteries. But within these walls, there is comfort, a sense that, with a little care and a handful of charms, the night can be kept at bay. And so, as the moon rises over the rooftops and the village drifts into sleep, We find ourselves in a world where superstition is woven into every moment, a tapestry of hope, caution, and the quiet magic of everyday life. As the night deepens, the village settles into a gentle rhythm, the kind that only comes when the world outside is dark and the only light is the soft glow of embers and the occasional flicker of a lantern. Marjorie, our ever-watchful weaver's wife, listens to the familiar sounds of her home, the slow, steady breathing of her family, the quiet crackle of the fire, and the faint, mysterious creaks that every old cottage seems to produce after sunset. Some say those creaks are just the wood settling, but in the Middle Ages, it was just as likely to be blamed on a mischievous brownie or a restless ancestor checking in. Frankly, it's a wonder anyone ever got a good night's sleep. The superstitions, after all, are not just for the daylight hours. The medieval night is a world of its own, full of unseen dangers and invisible guests. Before bed, Marjorie makes sure to tuck a sprig of rosemary under her pillow, a charm for good dreams and protection against nightmares. Her husband, Thomas, mutters a quick prayer and places his boots facing the door, just in case any wandering spirits decide to pay a visit. The family's cat, blissfully unconcerned with the supernatural, curls up in the warmest spot and purrs herself to sleep, secure in the knowledge that she is both feared and adored. Outside, the village is quiet, but not entirely still. In the fields, scarecrows stand sentinel, their straw arms outstretched to ward off not just birds, but also witches and wandering souls. At the crossroads, a bundle of herbs and a coin have been left as an offering. Insurance for travelers who might pass by after dark. The crossroads, in particular, are places of power and uncertainty, where the boundaries between worlds are said to be thin. If you've ever hesitated at a fork in the road, unsure which path to take, you're in good medieval company. The church, too, is a place of both comfort and caution. The villagers attend Mass faithfully, crossing themselves at every opportunity and making sure to sit in the same pew each week, just in case the saints are keeping track. The churchyard is full of old stories, the yew tree that never loses its leaves, the grave that always seems a little colder than the rest, the bell that rings on its own during storms, the priest, a patient man with a fondness for honey cakes and a healthy respect for local traditions, does his best to balance faith and folklore. He blesses the fields, sprinkles holy water on the livestock, and turns a blind eye to the occasional charm tucked behind a pew. Superstitions are woven into every part of daily life. In the kitchen, Marjorie stirs her porridge only clockwise, convinced that anything else would invite bad luck, or worse, lumpy breakfast. She never hands a knife directly to another person, always setting it down first to avoid cutting the friendship. When baking bread, she marks the top with a cross, both to bless the loaf and to keep mischievous spirits from making off with the best slice. It's unclear whether this works on hungry children, but it's worth a try. The world outside the village is even stranger. Travelers bring tales of distant lands where people ward off evil with blue beads, where salt is thrown over the shoulder to blind the devil, and where the first person to enter a house on New Year's Day must be tall, dark, and preferably carrying a gift. Some of these customs make their way into the village, adapted and embellished with each retelling. The result is a patchwork of beliefs, each one a thread in the tapestry of medieval life. Odd facts abound. Did you know that in some places it was considered unlucky to sweep the house after sunset, lest you sweep away your good fortune, or that spilling wine was a sign of coming prosperity? provided you didn't cry over it, which would reverse the luck. There were even superstitions about sneezing. A single sneeze was a sign of good health, but 2 in a row meant you should watch out for unexpected visitors. 3 sneezes. Time to check the roof for witches. Her children, of course, are the greatest inventors of superstitions. They create their own rituals for luck and protection, skipping over cracks in the road, chanting rhymes to keep away ghosts, and inventing elaborate rules for games that seem to change every day. Their laughter is a kind of magic in itself, a reminder that superstition is as much about play and imagination as it is about fear. As the night wears on, Marjorie checks the locks one last time, whispers a blessing over her sleeping family, and settles into bed. The wind rattles the shutters, the fire dies down, and the world outside is full of mysteries. But within these walls, there is comfort. A sense that, with a little care and a handful of charms, the night can be kept at bay. And so, the village drifts into sleep, each home a small island of warmth, and hope in a sea of shadows. The superstitions of the Middle Ages may seem strange to us now, but for Marjorie and her neighbors, they are simply part of the fabric of life. A way to make sense of a world that is, at times, as unpredictable as the weather and as mysterious as the stars. As dawn approaches, the first pale light slips through the shutters, painting the cottage walls with gentle gold. The village stirs to life once more, and with it, the daily rituals of superstition begin anew. Marjorie rises quietly, careful not to disturb the cat, who, as everyone knows, must never be woken before she's ready, lest you risk a day of bad luck, and, more importantly, a very grumpy feline. The morning is filled with small acts of caution and hope. Marjorie sprinkles a little salt at the threshold, just to keep misfortune from crossing the door. Thomas, her husband, checks the weather by glancing at the sky, and for good measure, consulting the way the smoke rises from the chimney. If it drifts straight up, it's a good omen. If it curls and twists, perhaps it's best to bring an extra cloak to the fields. The children, meanwhile, race outside, careful to avoid stepping on the cracks between the stones, because everyone knows that's how you break your mother's back, or at least your own sense of balance. The village itself is a living museum of superstition. The blacksmith hangs a rowan branch above his forge, convinced it keeps away both lightning and nosy neighbors. The baker refuses to start a batch of bread if a raven is seen perched on the roof, and the midwife carries a pouch of herbs and a tiny iron nail, just in case she needs to ward off a wandering spirit during a difficult birth. Even the local lord, for all his education and fine clothes, keeps a lucky coin in his pocket, a gift from his grandmother, who swore it would keep him safe in battle, and, more importantly, help him win at dice. Festivals and holidays are a time when superstitions come out in full force. On May Day, villagers weave garlands of hawthorn and dance around the maypole, believing it will bring fertility to the fields and good fortune to the home. At harvest, the last sheaf of grain is dressed in ribbons and kept in the kitchen to ensure a bountiful year. During the long, dark nights of winter, families gather around the fire to tell stories of ghosts, witches, and the mischievous fae who lurk at the edge of the woods. Each tale is a lesson, a warning, and a comfort, a way to explain the unexplainable and to laugh in the face of the unknown. There are, of course, those who question these old beliefs. The village priest preaches the virtues of faith and reason, gently reminding his flock that true protection comes from prayer, not from horseshoes or salt. But even he is known to toss a pinch of grain over his shoulder before a storm. and to avoid the churchyard after midnight. After all, as he says with a wry smile, it never hurts to be careful. Superstitions are not just about fear. They are about community, tradition, and the small rituals that give shape to daily life. They are a way of connecting the present to the past, of honoring the wisdom of ancestors, and of finding comfort in a world that is often unpredictable. Marjorie's charms and rituals may seem quaint to us now, but for her, they are as natural as breathing. A way to keep her family safe, her home warm, and her heart hopeful. Odd facts and curious customs abound. In some villages, it's considered lucky to find a spider in your home, provided you don't squash it, of course. In others, a broken mirror is a sign of 7 years' bad luck, unless you bury the shards under a full moon. There are charms for everything, for finding lost objects, for curing warts, for ensuring a good harvest, and for keeping the peace between neighbors. Some are passed down through generations, others invented on the spot, but all are woven into the fabric of medieval life. As the day unfolds, Marjorie and her neighbors go about their work, each small act a blend of habit, hope, and a touch of magic. The fields are tilled, the bread is baked, and the children's laughter rings out across the village green. The world is still full of mysteries, but with a little care, and perhaps a lucky charm or two. Anything seems possible. And so, as the sun sets once more and the village prepares for another night, the strange history of medieval superstitions continues. Quiet, enduring, and full of gentle wonder. The charms may change, the rituals may fade, but the human need for hope, comfort, and a little bit of magic remains as strong as ever. Moving on to a day in the life of an Aztec warrior, let's begin at dawn. As the first golden light spills over the city's canals and the great stone temples cast long shadows across the bustling streets. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the earthy aroma of wet earth and the sweet perfume of flowers from floating gardens. In the distance, the call of a conch shell signals the start of a new day, and the city stirs to life. Merchants setting up their stalls, children laughing as they chase each other along the causeways, and the ever-watchful herons gliding over the water in search of breakfast. Our guide for the day is Xochitl, a young warrior of the Eagle clan. He wakes in a simple but sturdy home, its walls painted with bright patterns and its floor swept clean. The first thing he does is offer a quiet prayer to Huitzilopochtli, the sun god and patron of warriors, thanking him for the gift of another day. The morning light filters through a reed mat, painting golden stripes across the room and illuminating the small altar where feathers, obsidian blades, and a few precious cacao beans are carefully arranged. If you've ever started your day with a moment of gratitude, or at least a strong cup of coffee, you'll understand the ritual. Breakfast is a family affair. Xochitl joins his parents and younger siblings around a low table where steaming tamales, fresh tortillas, and a bowl of spicy beans await. There's laughter and gentle teasing as his mother reminds him not to eat too quickly. A true warrior needs patience, not just a strong stomach. His father, a veteran of many campaigns, shares a story about the time he mistook a priest's ceremonial headdress for a particularly large turkey. The family cat, ever hopeful, lurks beneath the table, ready to pounce on any stray morsel. After breakfast, Xochitl prepares for the day's training. He dons a simple cotton tunic, its edges embroidered with the symbols of his clan, and fastens a belt around his waist. His shield, painted with the image of an eagle in flight, leans against the wall, and his macuawitl, A wooden sword edged with razor-sharp obsidian rests nearby. The weapon is both beautiful and fearsome, a reminder that even in a world of flowers and song, strength and skill are valued. If you've ever tried to look impressive while holding a tennis racket, you'll appreciate the quiet pride with which Xochitl checks his gear. The city is already alive with activity as Xochitl steps outside. The streets are lined with vendors, selling everything from woven baskets to bright feathers and steaming cups of atoll, a warm, sweet drink made from maize. The air is filled with the sounds of music, laughter, and the rhythmic thump of drums from a nearby temple. Xochitl greets his friends, fellow warriors in training, with a nod and a smile, and together they make their way to the Kalmakat, the school where young nobles and warriors learn the arts of war, religion, and leadership. Training begins with a run along the city's causeways, the cool morning air filled with the scent of water and the distant call of birds. The warriors practice their footwork, leaping over canals and dodging imaginary enemies. There's a sense of camaraderie, a friendly competition to see who can run the fastest or leap the farthest. The instructor, a stern but fair veteran, offers encouragement and the occasional dry remark. Remember, if you trip over your own feet, at least do it with dignity. After the run, the warriors gather in a shaded courtyard for weapons practice. They take turns sparring with wooden swords, their movements quick and precise. The sound of wood striking wood echoes through the air, punctuated by bursts of laughter and the occasional yelp when someone forgets to block. Xochitl's favorite part of training is the atlan, a spear thrower that launches darts with surprising speed and accuracy. He lines up his shot, takes a deep breath, and lets fly, watching with satisfaction as the dart thuds into the target. Not bad, the instructor says, but let's see you do it with your eyes closed. A spoiler, it doesn't go well, but it does provide entertainment for the rest of the group. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. A hummingbird flits through the courtyard, pausing to sip nectar from a flower. An old woman passes by, her arms full of marigolds for the temple, and offers a blessing to the young warriors. The city itself is a marvel, its streets lined with canals, its markets bursting with color, and its temples rising like mountains above the rooftops. Xochitl takes a moment to soak it all in, grateful for the beauty and the bustle, the sense of belonging to something greater than himself. As midday approaches, the warriors break for a meal, fresh tortillas, beans, and a spicy salsa that brings tears to the eyes and laughter to the lips. They share stories of past battles, dreams of future glory, and the occasional joke about the instructor's fondness for long speeches. The sun climbs higher, casting sharp shadows across the courtyard, and the city hums with life. And so, as the morning drifts into midday, we find ourselves in a world where every day is shaped by ritual, training, and the quiet pride of a warrior's life, a world where strength and skill are balanced by laughter, family, and the enduring beauty of Tenochtitlan. After the midday meal, the city of Tenochtitlan basks in the shimmering heat of the sun. The air is thick with the scent of roasting maize, blooming marigolds, and the faint, earthy perfume of the chinampus, the floating gardens that feed the city. Xochitl, our young warrior, wipes the sweat from his brow and joins his friends beneath the shade of a sprawling ahuhuit tree. The coolness is a welcome relief, and for a moment, the world slows to the gentle rhythm of cicadas and distant temple drums. But rest is brief for an Aztec warrior. Soon, the afternoon's lessons begin, not just in the arts of war, but in the skills that make a leader. The Kalmakak is as much a school of wisdom as it is of strength. Sokitl and his peers gather around an elder, who shares stories of the gods and the ancestors, his voice low and steady. He speaks of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought maize and knowledge to the people, and of the great warriors who earned their place among the stars. The lesson is part history, part inspiration, and part gentle warning. Remember, a true warrior fights not for glory, but for the good of the people. And also, try not to trip over your own sandals in front of the emperor. After the stories, the warriors practice the art of the shield wall, a coordinated dance of movement and trust. They lock their shields together, forming a barrier as strong as stone, and take turns pushing and parrying, learning to move as one. The instructor, ever watchful, offers advice and the occasional dry quips. If you drop your shield, at least make it look intentional. There's laughter, but also a sense of pride as the group moves in perfect unison. The sun glinting off painted wood and polished obsidian. The afternoon is also a time for ritual. The warriors gather at a small shrine, where they offer flowers and a pinch of copal incense to Huitzilopochtli. The smoke curls upward, carrying prayers for strength, courage, and a safe return home. Xochitl closes his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face and the steady beat of his heart. The ritual is both grounding and uplifting, a reminder that every warrior is part of a larger story, woven together by faith, tradition, and the hope of honor. There are odd facts and small wonders woven into the fabric of daily life. The warriors learn to read omens in the flight of birds, the shape of clouds, and the patterns left by spilled maize. A hummingbird darting through the courtyard is a sign of good luck, while a sudden gust of wind might mean it's time to double. Check your armor straps. The city itself is alive with symbols, jaguar pelts and eagle feathers, painted murals and carved stone, each one a piece of the puzzle that is Aztec identity. As the sun begins to dip, the city's energy shifts. The markets grow busier, filled with the calls of vendors selling everything from chili peppers to obsidian knives. Xochitl stops to admire a stall of brightly colored cloaks, each one embroidered with the symbols of a different clan. He chats with the merchant, who offers a discount for a brave warrior, or at least for someone who promises not to haggle too much. There's a sense of community in the marketplace, a feeling that everyone, from the humblest farmer to the highest priest, is part of the same great tapestry. The evening brings a change of pace. The warriors gather in the main square for a mock battle, a chance to test their skills in friendly competition. The crowd cheers as Xochitl faces off against his friend, their wooden swords clacking in a flurry of movement. The match is fierce but good-natured, and when Xochitl is finally bested by a clever feint, he bows with a smile, already plotting his revenge for next time. The crowd applauds, and the instructor nods in approval. Remember, the best warriors are those who can lose with grace and win with humility. As dusk falls, the city glows with the light of 1,000 fires. The temples are illuminated, their steps lined with torches, and the air is filled with the sound of music and laughter. Xochitl joins his family for the evening meal. Tamales, beans, and a spicy stew that brings tears to his eyes and a smile to his lips. They share stories of the day, dreams for the future, and the quiet comfort of being together. There are oddities and gentle humor even in the rituals of the night. Xochitl's younger brother insists on sleeping with a jaguar tooth under his pillow, convinced it will make him brave in his dreams. His grandmother sprinkles a circle of maize around the doorway, just in case the spirits are feeling curious. The family cat, ever the opportunist, makes a final round of the table, accepting scraps and the occasional affectionate pat. And so, as the stars appear above Tenochtitlan and the city settles into the gentle hush of night, the life of an Aztec warrior continues, a blend of strength and tenderness, ritual and laughter, tradition and the quiet hope that tomorrow will bring new challenges, new stories, and new reasons to give thanks. As night settles over Tenochtitlan, the city transforms. The canals reflect the moonlight, shimmering with the glow of torches and the soft flicker of household fires. The air is cooler now, carrying the scent of night, blooming flowers and the distant, comforting aroma of roasting maize. The city's energy softens, but the sense of community remains. Voices drift through open doorways, laughter echoes from courtyards, and the gentle strum of a tepanazli drum can be heard from a nearby festival. Xochitl, our young warrior, finds a quiet moment to himself on the rooftop of his family's home. From here, the city stretches out in all directions, the great temples rising above the rooftops, the causeways threading through the water, and the distant mountains silhouetted against the starry sky. He breathes in the cool air, feeling the day's exertion melt away. The city is alive, but there's a peacefulness in this high place, a sense that, for all its bustle, Tenochtitlan is a world held together by ritual memory and the steady pulse of daily life. Before bed, Xochitl joins his family for a final ritual. They gather around a small altar, offering thanks to the gods for the day's blessings and asking for protection through the night. His mother lights a stick of copal incense, the fragrant smoke curling upward in delicate spirals. His father offers a prayer for strength and wisdom, while his younger siblings add their own wishes. Some serious, some whispered with a mischievous grin. The family's dog, ever hopeful, sits nearby, clearly wishing for a second helping of dinner. The life of an Aztec warrior is not all training and ritual. There are moments of quiet joy and gentle humor woven through the fabric of each day. Xochitl's grandmother tells stories of her own youth, when she watched the first stones of the great temple being laid. She claims to have seen an eagle steal a priest's headdress and insists that the bird was simply trying to improve its own ceremonial attire. The family laughs, and Xochitl is reminded that strength comes not just from muscle and skill, but from the bonds of family and the wisdom of elders. There are odd facts and lesser-known customs, too. Warriors often wore amulets, small pouches filled with feathers, jade, or even a lucky kernel of maize, tucked beneath their tunics for protection. Some believed that sleeping with a piece of obsidian under the pillow would bring dreams of victory, while others swore by a special song sung before battle to ensure swift feet and a steady hand. The city's healers, respected for their knowledge of herbs and magic, would sometimes be called upon to bless a warrior's shield or offer a charm against fear. As the city quiets, Xochitl prepares for sleep. He lies on a woven mat, the cool air drifting through the open window. The sounds of the city fade to a gentle murmur, the distant splash of a canoe, the soft call of a night bird, the rhythmic croak of frogs along the canal. He thinks of the day's lessons, the laughter of his friends, and the pride he feels in being part of something larger than himself. He wonders what tomorrow will bring. A new challenge, a new story, perhaps even a new feather for his shield. The world of the Aztec warrior is one of balance, between strength and gentleness, tradition and change. the demands of the gods and the needs of the heart. It is a life shaped by ritual, community, and the quiet certainty that every day, no matter how ordinary, is a thread in the great tapestry of the city. As Xochitl drifts towards sleep, the city of Tenochtitlan holds him in its gentle embrace. The sacred fires burn in the temples, the stars wheel overhead, and the promise of a new day glimmers on the horizon. The life of an Aztec warrior is not just a story of battles and bravery, but of family, laughter, and the enduring beauty of a world where every sunrise is a gift. Moving on to a day in the life of a medieval plague doctor, let's begin, not in a grand palace or a bustling square, but in the dim, flickering light of a small, rented room. The city outside is just beginning to stir, the first rays of sunlight filtering through warped glass and casting golden patterns on the rough wooden floor. The air is cool, tinged with the scent of damp stone, old herbs, and the faintest trace of vinegar. A medieval attempt at cleanliness, though it's unlikely to win any awards for air freshening. Our plague doctor rises early, long before the city's bells begin their morning chorus. The bed is little more than a straw mattress, the blanket scratchy and thin. There's a small table by the window, cluttered with the tools of the trade, a leather bound notebook, a quill and ink pot, a few glass vials filled with mysterious liquids, and a battered wooden box containing dried herbs, spices, and a handful of coins. If you've ever started your day by searching for your misplaced keys, you'll sympathize with the daily scramble for the right mask or the least wrinkled robe. Dressing is a ritual in itself. The famous plague doctor's outfit is both practical and theatrical. A long, dark robe, gloves, boots, and, of course, the iconic beaked mask. The mask, stuffed with aromatic herbs and spices, is meant to filter the bad air, believed to carry disease. It's a look that's equal parts medical professional and slightly confused bird. If you've ever worn a Halloween costume that made it hard to see, breathe, or be taken seriously, you'll understand the struggle. The city outside is waking up. The sounds of daily life begin to rise, the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, the creak of wagon wheels, the soft murmur of voices as neighbors exchange news or rumors about the latest cases. The air is heavy with the scent of wood smoke, roasting chestnuts, and something less pleasant drifting from the river. In the distance, church bells toll, marking the hour and reminding everyone that time, like the plague, waits for no one. Our doctor's first task is to check the day's list. Names and addresses scrawled in a hurried hand, each one a household in need. Some are patients, others are families seeking advice, and a few are city officials with more questions than answers. The notebook is a patchwork of hope and worry, a reminder that every visit is both a duty and a risk. Stepping into the street, the doctor is greeted by a city transformed. Doors are marked with chalk or painted symbols, signaling sickness within. Windows are shuttered, and the usual bustle of market day is subdued, as if the city itself is holding its breath. Children play quietly in alleyways, watched closely by anxious parents. Vendors hawk their wares, herbs, bread, candles, each one claiming to have the secret to staying healthy. If you've ever seen a supermarket during cold and flu season, you'll recognize the mix of caution and creativity. The first visit of the day is to a modest home near the city wall. The family waits anxiously, their faces drawn and tired. The doctor listens to their stories, examines the patient, a young woman with a fever and a rash, and offers what comfort and advice he can. There are no miracle cures, only a careful blend of observation, herbal remedies, and the hope that rest and clean air will do what medicine cannot. The doctor leaves a sachet of dried lavender and rosemary, a small gesture meant to soothe both body and mind. As the morning unfolds, the doctor moves from house to house, each visit a lesson in patience and humility. Some patients are grateful, others fearful or suspicious. The mask, meant to protect, can be unsettling, especially to children, who sometimes hide behind their mothers or peek out from behind curtains, wide-eyed and curious. The doctor does his best to offer reassurance, speaking gently and moving slowly, aware that sometimes the greatest gift is simply a calm presence in a world turned upside down. Between visits, there are moments of quiet. The doctor pauses in a small square, watching pigeons peck at crumbs and listening to the distant sound of a lute from an open window. The city, for all its fear and sorrow, is still alive, still filled with small joys and stubborn hope. A baker waves from his shop, offering a loaf of bread in exchange for a word of advice. A group of washerwomen gossip by the river, their laughter rising above the splash of water and the slap of wet linen on stone. Odd facts and small rituals fill the day. The doctor carries a pomander, a small ball filled with fragrant herbs, tucked into a pocket or hung from a belt, ready to be sniffed whenever the air feels especially heavy. There are amulets and charms, too, given by grateful patients or hopeful neighbors. Some are simple, an embroidered handkerchief, a sprig of rue, while others are more elaborate, like a tiny silver bell meant to ward off evil spirits. If you've ever carried a lucky penny or worn your favorite socks on a big day, you'll understand the comfort of small superstitions. As the sun climbs higher, the city grows busier. The doctor's path winds through narrow lanes and crowded courtyards, past churches and taverns, workshops and gardens. Each stop is a reminder that, in a time of fear, kindness and curiosity are as important as any medicine. The day is far from over, and the work, like the city itself, never truly rests. The city is now fully awake, though the usual bustle is tinged with caution. The clang of the blacksmith's hammer rings out from the far end of the street, but fewer people linger to chat. Market stalls are open, but the crowds are thin, and every cough draws a wary glance. The air is heavy with the scent of tallow candles, sharp vinegar, and the ever-present undertone of fear. Even the pigeons seem to move with more purpose, as if they, too, sense the city's unease. Our plague doctor moves from house to house, each visit a new challenge. Some homes are grand, with painted shutters and tidy courtyards, while others are cramped and dim, tucked into the city's winding alleys. The doctor's knock is met with a range of emotions: relief, suspicion, gratitude, and sometimes a touch of resentment. After all, the arrival of the plague doctor is rarely a sign of good news. Inside, the scenes are as varied as the city itself. In one home, a merchant's wife sits by her husband's bedside, fanning his brow and whispering prayers. In another, a group of children huddle together, their mother anxiously watching the doctor's every move. The doctor listens, observes, and does what he can, checking pulses, examining rashes, and offering advice that is equal parts medical and moral. Keep the air fresh, burn rosemary, and above all, do not lose hope. It's not much, but sometimes it's enough. The doctor's bag is a patchwork of remedies and relics. There are dried herbs, sage, lavender, rue, tucked into small cloth pouches, bottles of vinegar and rosewater, believed to purify the air. A few precious vials of theriac, a centuries-old concoction rumored to cure anything from snakebite to heartbreak. There are also more curious items: a dried toad, a scrap of parchment inscribed with a prayer, and a tiny mirror to reflect away evil spirits. If you've ever carried a bag that's part first aid kit, part Lucky Charm collection, you'll recognize the logic. Between visits, the doctor sometimes pauses at the city's crossroads, where notices are posted and news is exchanged. Here, the city's officials gather, their faces drawn with worry. They ask for updates, numbers, and advice, though not always in that order. The doctor offers what he can, but the truth is, no one has all the answers. The city's leaders debate quarantine measures, the closing of markets, and the best way to keep spirits high. There's talk of processions, prayers, and even the ringing of church bells to drive away the bad air. If you've ever sat through a meeting where everyone has a different solution to the same problem, you'll feel right at home. Not all encounters are somber. In a sunlit courtyard, the doctor finds a group of children playing a game with pebbles and sticks. Their laughter a brief, bright note in the day. An old woman offers a cup of broth and insists the doctor sit for a moment, sharing stories of plagues past and the remedies her grandmother swore by. A clove of garlic in each shoe, and you'll never fall ill, she says with a wink. The doctor smiles, tucks a clove into his pocket, and makes a mental note to try it, if only for the novelty. The city's diversity is on full display. In the Jewish quarter, the doctor is welcomed with cautious hospitality, offered a sweet cake and a blessing in Hebrew. In the Italian district, a family insists on sharing a plate of figs and a recipe for a vinegar tonic. The doctor listens, learns, and adds each new remedy to his growing collection of hopeful cures. It's a reminder that, even in the darkest times, people find ways to connect, to share, and to hope. There are odd facts and small surprises at every turn. The doctor passes a barber, surgeon's shop where a red and white pole spins slowly in the breeze. Inside, the barber sharpens his razors and offers bloodletting to those who believe it will balance the humors. Next door, an apothecary grinds powders and measures out mysterious tinctures, his shelves lined with jars labeled in Latin and Greek. The doctor exchanges a nod, professional courtesy, or perhaps a silent agreement that, in the end, everyone is doing their best. As the afternoon wears on, the doctor visits the city's hospital, a low, stone building on the edge of town. Here, the sickest patients are cared for by nuns and volunteers, their faces hidden behind linen veils. The air is thick with the scent of vinegar and the soft murmur of prayers. The doctor moves quietly from bed to bed, offering comfort where he can and recording notes in his battered notebook. Some patients recover, others do not. The work is hard, the losses many, but the small victories, a smile, a steady pulse, a whispered thank you, are enough to keep going. The day is long, and the doctor's steps grow slower as the sun begins to dip. There are still more visits to make, more hands to hold, more advice to give. The city, for all its fear and sorrow, is still a place of resilience and quiet courage. The doctor's mask may hide his face, but his presence is a reminder that, even in the darkest times, someone is willing to walk the streets, to listen, and to care. The bells ring again, marking the approach of evening. The city's shadows lengthen, and the air cools. The doctor turns toward home, his bag a little lighter, his heart a little heavier, but his resolve unbroken. The work is not finished, but for now, there is a moment of peace, a chance to rest, to reflect, and to prepare for whatever tomorrow may bring. As dusk settles over the city, the streets empty, and the sounds of daily life soften. The clang of the blacksmith's hammer fades, replaced by the distant toll of church bells and the soft murmur of prayers drifting from open windows. Lanterns flicker to life, casting warm pools of light on cobblestones still damp from the day's rain. The air is cooler now, tinged with the scent of woodsmoke, lavender, and the faint, ever-present trace of vinegar. Our plague doctor makes his way home, boots scuffing quietly along the narrow lanes. The mask and heavy robe come off at last, set carefully aside in a corner of the small rented room. The relief is immediate, like taking off a pair of shoes that never quite fit, or finally removing a winter coat after a long, cold walk. The doctor washes his hands in a basin of cool water, scrubbing away the day's dust and worry, and changes into a simple linen tunic. The ritual is both practical and symbolic, a way to mark the end of the day's burdens and to reclaim a little normalcy in a world that so often feels anything but normal. Supper is a humble affair. A bowl of broth, a crust of bread, perhaps a wedge of cheese if the day has been kind. The meal is eaten slowly, by candlelight, with the city's sounds drifting in through the window, the laughter of children, the distant bark of a dog, the soft notes of a lute played somewhere down the street. Sometimes, a neighbor will knock, bringing a small gift, a handful of herbs, a cup of wine, a few kind words. In a time of fear, these small gestures are treasures, reminders that kindness persists even when certainty does not. After supper, the doctor sits at the small table, notebook open, quill in hand. The day's visits are recorded in careful script: symptoms, remedies, outcomes, and the names of those who need to be checked again tomorrow. There are sketches of rashes, lists of herbs to replenish, and the occasional margin note: remember to ask the apothecary about more rosewater. Or, find out if garlic in the shoes actually works. If you've ever made a to-do list at the end of a long day, you'll recognize the comfort of putting worries into words. Sometimes the doctor writes letters, messages to family in another town or to colleagues in distant cities, sharing observations and questions. The network of plague doctors is a loose one, but news travels. A new remedy tried in Florence, a promising herb from the countryside, a warning about a new cluster of illness in a neighboring village. The letters are both a lifeline and a reminder that, even in isolation, no one is truly alone. The evening brings moments of reflection. The doctor thinks of the people met that day: the anxious mother, the hopeful child, the old woman with her stories and her garlic. There are memories of small victories and quiet losses, of laughter shared and tears witnessed. The work is hard, the answers few, but the sense of purpose is real. In a world where so much is uncertain, the simple act of showing up, of listening, of caring, is its own kind of medicine. Before bed, there is one last ritual: a prayer, a moment of silence, or simply a few deep breaths by the open window. The city is peaceful now, the rooftops silvered by moonlight, the air cool and still. The doctor looks out over the quiet streets, feeling the weight of the day slip away. There is comfort in the routine, in the knowledge that, for all its strangeness, this life is woven from the same threads as any other: hope, fear, kindness, and the stubborn will to carry on. Odd facts and gentle humor linger, even in the quiet. The doctor remembers the old woman's advice about garlic, the children's laughter at the beaked mask, the apothecary's insistence that his new tonic tastes better than it smells. A low bar, but one worth clearing. There's a sense that, even in the darkest times, people find ways to smile, to share, to make the unbearable a little lighter. As the candle burns low, the doctor settles into bed, the straw mattress creaking softly. The city outside is silent, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant rumble of a cart on the cobblestones. The day is done. The work will begin again tomorrow, and for now, there is rest. Moving on to the strange and brutal world of Aztec punishments, we'll wander the bustling streets and grand plazas of Tenochtitlan, the heart of the Aztec Empire, a place where the sun glints off turquoise mosaics and the rules of society are as intricate as the feathered cloaks worn by its nobles. Our focus, however, is not on the splendor of temples or the poetry of the marketplace, but on the curious, sometimes bewildering, and often rather stern world of Aztec punishments. Let's set the scene. It's early morning in Tenochtitlan, and the city is already awake. The sun rises over Lake Texcoco, casting a golden shimmer across the canals and causeways. The air is cool, tinged with the earthy aroma of wet stone and the sweet, smoky scent of breakfast tamales steaming in clay pots. Vendors are setting up their stalls, arranging piles of maize, chilies, and cacao beans. Children dart between the legs of shoppers, their laughter mingling with the calls of heron and the distant beat of a drum. The city is a marvel of order and energy, but beneath its vibrant surface lies a strict code of laws. One that governs everything from how you dress to how you treat your neighbors. The Aztecs, you see, took their rules very seriously. Their legal system was a complex web of customs, traditions, and, yes, punishments, designed to keep the peace in a city that, at its height, rivaled the great capitals of Europe in size and sophistication. You might imagine a world of constant fear, but daily life for most Aztecs was surprisingly routine. The majority of people were farmers, artisans, traders, and parents, more concerned with the price of avocados than the threat of legal retribution. Still, the laws were always there, like the ever-watchful eyes of the gods, ready to remind you that order must be maintained. Let's take a stroll through the marketplace, where the rules are as clear as the morning sun. Prices are set by custom, and cheating a customer is a serious offense. If you're caught using false weights or passing off a less, then fresh fish is today's catch. You might find yourself facing a public shaming. The guilty party would be paraded through the market, sometimes with their goods tied around their neck as a warning to others. It's a bit like being forced to wear a sandwich board that reads, "I tried to sell stale bread, except with more feathers and considerably less dignity." But the Aztecs didn't stop at shaming. For more serious crimes, like theft, adultery, or drunkenness, punishments could be much harsher. The legal code was surprisingly nuanced, with different penalties depending on your social status, your intentions, and whether you were a repeat offender. Nobles, for example, were held to a higher standard than commoners. If a noble was caught stealing, the punishment was often more severe on the theory that those with privilege should know better. It's a philosophy that, if applied today, might make for some very interesting headlines. One of the more curious aspects of Aztec justice was the use of public humiliation as a corrective tool. For minor offenses, a person might be stripped of their outer garments and made to sweep the streets or clean the public latrines. Imagine your least favorite chore, now performed in front of your neighbors, with the added bonus of a stern lecture from the local judge. It's a punishment that's both practical and, let's be honest, a little bit theatrical. The judges themselves were a formidable presence, dressed in elaborate robes and seated on stone benches. They listened to cases with the gravity of people who know that their decisions could mean the difference between freedom and, well, a rather uncomfortable afternoon. The courtrooms were open to the public, and proceedings were often attended by curious onlookers. Because, as it turns out, people have always enjoyed a bit of courtroom drama, especially when it doesn't involve them. But not all punishments were about shame or inconvenience. Some were designed to teach a lesson, sometimes quite literally. For example, children who misbehaved could be punished by being pricked with Maggie thorns or forced to inhale the smoke of burning chili peppers. It's a disciplinary method that's both memorable and, one imagines, highly effective. Modern parents, take note. The next time your child refuses to do their homework, you could always threaten them with a whiff of habanero. On second thought, perhaps stick to the time-out chair. The Aztecs also believed in the power of restitution. If you damaged someone's property, you were expected to make amends, sometimes by working for the injured party until the debt was repaid. It's a system that combines justice with a touch of community service and probably led to some very awkward dinner parties. As we wander through the city, you'll notice that the laws are woven into every aspect of life. There are rules about how to build your house, how to conduct business, even how to greet your elders. The punishments, though sometimes harsh, are part of a larger effort to maintain harmony in a society where the stakes were high and the gods were always watching. And so, as the sun climbs higher and the city bustles with life, we find ourselves in a world where justice is both strange and familiar, brutal and at times oddly practical. The story of Aztec punishments is not just a tale of severity, but of a society striving for order in a world of chaos. A world where every action has its consequence, and every law its lesson. As the day unfolds in Tenochtitlan, the city's rhythm grows ever more lively. The sun climbs higher, glinting off the canals and the stepped pyramids that rise above the rooftops. The air is filled with the calls of market vendors, the laughter of children, and the steady thrum of daily life. Yet, beneath this vibrant surface, the machinery of Aztec justice continues to turn, sometimes quietly, sometimes with a spectacle that would make even the most seasoned reality TV producer take notes. Let's pause for a moment at the edge of a bustling plaza where a small crowd has gathered. At the center stands a young man, his head bowed, a bundle of maize cobs tied around his neck. He's been caught cheating his neighbors, and now he's enduring a public shaming. The onlookers watch with a mix of curiosity and relief. After all, it's always more entertaining when someone else is in trouble. The punishment is designed not just to correct the offender, but to remind everyone else of the consequences of straying from the path. It's a bit like the world's earliest episode of Scared Straight, but with more feathers and less shouting. For more serious crimes, the Aztecs had a dizzying array of punishments, each tailored to fit the offense. Theft, for example, could result in enslavement, though not the kind of chattel slavery you might imagine. Instead, the guilty party would be required to work for the victim or the state, sometimes for years, until the debt was considered paid. It's a system that's equal parts justice and workforce management, and probably led to some very motivated employees. Adultery was another matter entirely. The Aztecs took marital fidelity seriously. So seriously, in fact, that the penalties for infidelity could be severe. Both parties might be publicly shamed, beaten, or, in extreme cases, executed. The method of execution was often as symbolic as it was final stoning, strangulation, or even being thrown into a lake. It's a reminder that, in Aztec society, the personal was always political, and the gods were believed to take a keen interest in the affairs of mortals. One can only imagine the awkwardness at the next family gathering. But not all punishments were so grim. Some were, in their own way, almost creative. For instance, drunkenness was frowned upon, at least for the young and the common folk. If you were caught intoxicated before the age of 30, you might be shaved bald and paraded through the streets, or forced to sweep the temple steps. The message was clear: moderation is a virtue, and public embarrassment is a powerful deterrent. Of course, if you were a priest or a noble, the rules were a bit more flexible. Apparently, rank has its privileges, even when it comes to hangovers. Children, too, were subject to the law, though their punishments were often more about correction than retribution. A child who lied or stole might be pricked with maguey thorns, or made to inhale the smoke of burning chilies, a punishment that, while memorable, was unlikely to cause lasting harm. The Aztecs believed that discipline was essential for raising good citizens, but they also understood the value of mercy. After all, every judge was once a mischievous child, and every parent knows the challenge of keeping a straight face when meting out justice. The legal system itself was surprisingly sophisticated. Judges were appointed by the emperor and were expected to be impartial, wise, and incorruptible. Bribery was a serious offense, and a judge caught accepting gifts could face severe penalties, including, in some cases, death. Court proceedings were public, and both accuser and accused had the right to present their case. Witnesses were called, evidence was weighed, and verdicts were delivered with solemnity. It's a system that, in many ways, would not be out of place in a modern courtroom, though the dress code was certainly more colorful. There were also special courts for different kinds of cases. The pochteker, or merchant class, had their own judges and laws, reflecting the unique challenges of trade and travel. Military offenses were handled by warrior judges, who understood the complexities of life on campaign. Even the emperor himself was subject to the law, at least in theory. It's a reminder that, for all its brutality, the Aztec system was built on a foundation of order and accountability. Of course, there were oddities and exceptions. Some crimes were considered so serious that they could only be atoned for through sacrifice, either of the guilty party or, in rare cases, a substitute. The logic was both religious and practical. The gods demanded balance, and society demanded closure. It's a concept that might seem alien to us, but in the Aztec worldview, the line between the sacred and the secular was always blurred. And then there were the punishments that defy easy explanation. For example, a person who damaged a neighbor's crops might be required to spend a day standing in the sun, holding a heavy stone above their head. It's a punishment that's equal parts endurance test and public spectacle, and probably did wonders for the local gossip mill. Or consider the case of the noisy neighbor. Someone who disturbed the peace could be fined, or, in extreme cases, have their house demolished. It's a solution that's both final and, one imagines, highly effective. As the afternoon sun casts long shadows across the city, the courts continue their work. Cases are heard, punishments are meted out, and the cycle of justice rolls on. For the people of Tenochtitlan, the law is both shield and sword, a source of order in a world that is, at times, as unpredictable as the weather. And so, as the day begins to wane and the city prepares for evening, we find ourselves in a world where justice is as much about community as it is about control, where every punishment tells a story, and every story is a thread in the rich tapestry of Aztec life. As dusk settles over Tenochtitlan, the city's energy softens. The golden light glimmers on the canals, and the air is filled with the mingled scents of roasting maize, wood smoke, and the sweet tang of blooming marigolds. The day's business winds down, but the stories of justice and consequence linger, woven into the very fabric of Aztec life. In the neighborhoods, families gather for the evening meal, sharing tamales and stories by the flickering light of oil lamps. Children, now released from their chores and lessons, play in the courtyards, their laughter echoing off adobe walls. Yet even in these moments of warmth and comfort, the lessons of the law are never far away. Parents remind their children of the importance of honesty and respect, sometimes with a gentle warning, sometimes with a knowing glance toward the magistrate's house at the end of the street. The Aztec approach to justice was, in many ways, a reflection of their worldview, a world where balance and reciprocity were sacred. Every action, good or bad, was believed to ripple outward, touching not just the individual, but the family, the neighborhood, and even the gods themselves. Punishments, then, were not simply about retribution, but about restoring harmony. It's a philosophy that might sound familiar to anyone who's ever tried to mediate a family dispute over who finished the last piece of cake. Some punishments, though, were reserved for the most serious offenses, acts that threatened the very order of society. Treason, blasphemy, or the willful breaking of sacred taboos could result in the ultimate penalty sacrifice. While this is the part of Aztec justice that tends to make modern audiences wince, it's important to remember that, for the Aztecs, sacrifice was not just a punishment, but a sacred duty. It was believed to maintain the balance of the cosmos, to ensure the rising of the sun and the fertility of the earth. In a way, it was the most solemn form of justice, a merging of law, religion, and cosmic necessity. Yet, even in this world of stern consequences, there was room for mercy and second chances. First, time offenders might be forgiven, especially if they confessed and made amends. The community often played a role in deciding the fate of the accused, with elders and neighbors offering testimony or vouching for a person's character. It's a reminder that, even in a society famed for its severity, compassion was not entirely absent. After all, no one wants to live in a world where a single mistake defines a lifetime. There are stories, too, of cleverness and resilience. Some individuals, faced with harsh penalties, found ways to turn their punishment into opportunity. A merchant, sentenced to sweep the market for cheating his customers, became so skilled at cleaning that he was later hired by the temple to care for its sacred precincts. A young woman, punished for gossiping, used her time in the public square to gather news and eventually became a respected messenger. It's proof that, even in the face of adversity, the human spirit finds ways to adapt and, occasionally, to thrive. The Aztec legal system also recognized the importance of intent. Accidents were treated differently from deliberate acts, and those who caused harm unintentionally were often required to make restitution, rather than face harsher penalties. This sense of proportionality, while not always perfectly applied, speaks to a nuanced understanding of justice, one that values both accountability and fairness. As night falls, the city grows quiet. The moon rises over the great temple, its pale light reflecting on the water. In the distance, the sound of a flute drifts through the air, mingling with the soft murmur of voices and the gentle splash of paddles on the lake. The magistrates and judges retire to their homes, their day's work done, while the people of Tenochtitlan settle in for the night, secure in the knowledge that order, however strange or brutal, has been maintained. In the privacy of their homes, families offer prayers to the gods, asking for protection, wisdom, and the strength to walk the path of righteousness. The stories of the day, of justice served, of lessons learned, of harmony restored, are retold and remembered, passed down from one generation to the next. And so, the strange and brutal world of Aztec punishments reveals itself not just as a tale of severity, but as a window into a society striving for balance in a world of uncertainty. It is a story of rules and rituals, of consequences and compassion, of a people who believed that every action mattered, and that justice in all its forms was the foundation of a good life. As you rest now, let the gentle sounds of the ancient city lull you. A world of flickering lamplight, distant music, and the quiet assurance that, even in the harshest of times, there is always room for forgiveness. And that, my dear friends, is where we will end tonight's story. Good night.